I can't see anything. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Sorry.
Yeah, we can hear you. What can you not see a screen?
And now it tells me join now, which I've pressed, and I can't see anything else.
Do you want to go back out and rejoin?
It doesn't let me get out.
Oh, we have. Okay. I promise we haven't trapped you on the call.
Oh my God, I don't know what to do.
Well, stay as you are for
Sorry.
now, and then we'll have a look at it on the break and see if you can we can get sorted. Just let me know if there's any issues with you going into breakout rooms. Okay, because
Well, I don't see anything at all. I literally can just hear you, and I don't know.
Are you on a phone or are you on a computer?
No, I'm on a PC.
Okay. Is there so if you've got you should have a icon in your top right hand corner that says leave. Can you see it?
Let me just try. No, I don't see anything. It literally stuck at join now, and that's all.
Right. Okay. So
I'm
if
so
you
sorry.
well, if you there'll be a cross in the top of the of your screen, and if you click on the red cross, that'll take you out. And then if you come back in again that way, that might resolve the problem.
Now everything is gone.
Right. So Sandra, if you oh, try and if you go to there will be in the top right hand side of your screen a cross to click because all computers have them. Just click on the cross and it'll take you out, and then restart your computer and then come back on.
Okay, I do it. Okay.
Okay, and that might resolve the issue.
Okay, I will try to join in the next few seconds then.
Okay,
Hopefully.
no problem.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Oh, poor Sandra having technical issues. So, welcome to module 1. Today we're going to be looking at ISO 9001 and policies, processes, and procedures. So I'm just going to start off with our ground rules. So has everybody got a quiet space? Not likely to get interrupted? Everybody good? Yeah. Well, we're all prepared. We're all on time. Cameras are on. Natalie, I can see that you've told me you've not got one, so that's fine. If you can mute your mic if you think there's going to be any background noise, as we are a slightly larger group. If you could raise your hand when you want to contribute. And then we get to our British values around mutual respect and democracy. So let everyone contribute, be responsive, be constructive, and be positive when other people are contributing. If you do need to have a snack on the call, because we are going to be on for a good 4 hours, please do have a snack. Drinking is obviously no problem. Just please don't eat your dinner while I'm on the call, because it makes me hungry. So now we're going to look at our wider curriculum and how it applies to our lecture today. So in terms of our British values, we are going to be looking at rule of law in terms of health and safety law and employment law in relation to ISO and the implementation of best practice. We're going to be looking at safeguarding from the perspective of how policies, processes, and procedures and how them running with the same value base can protect and safeguard our organisation. We're going to be covering numeracy and literacy in terms of the numbers of the clauses, and literacy in terms of what I'm going to be asking you to do in the group work in terms of writing things down. In terms of prevent, we're not actually going to directly cover that today. And in terms of our equity and diversity, we're going to cover that through our British values as we're getting to know each other as a group and just getting to know how our dynamic and how we work together because we're going to be together for a good 14 months. So it is going to be a long-term thing. So has everybody upload their evidence or do what they needed to do on Bud? No, yes, no. Health and safety e-learning. Okay, I'm going to take silence as as we haven't done that yet. Has anybody logged their off the job? No? Okay. Yes, Harrison. Are you typing a question? Oh, you've done. Oh, you've logged little bits of it. Lovely. Thank you very much. So we will be logging OTJ at the end of each call. So don't worry. It until we get started and up and running. It's not an issue. Um, well, we haven't done any KSBs yet, so that was is not applicable. And for those of you who have done their wider learning in health and safety, thank you very much. For those of you who haven't, could we get it done before the end of the month? Is that all right? Is that okay? Lovely jubbly. So, what are we going to look at today? So we are going to be looking at the purpose of the quality management system, the 8 principles of quality management. We're going to get to know the clauses of ISO 9001. We're going to look at understanding risk-based thinking, and then we are going to be looking at SWOT analysis, steeple analysis, and organizational structures. So in terms of our KSBs, now we're just getting to know our knowledge, skills, and behaviors. So in terms of what we're going to be covering today, so we're going to be looking at knowledge 1, which is understanding our organization's operating environment. We are then going to be looking at K15, which is our company's key drivers for change. We are then going to be looking at K16, which is how to promote the right quality behaviors to gain a quality culture within your organization. And then we are going to be looking at K19, which is our principles of the foundation of the quality and quality management systems. So then we have our skills, and these are the elements that you are going to be taking away and applying in practice. So we have identify, interpret, and apply relevant legal, governmental, or industry regulation affecting the organization, which is S1. We also have S2, which is communicate using the appropriate methods with regards to quality within your organization. We are then going to look at S8, which is identifying our requirements as an organization for technical documents. We are going to look at skills 9, which is identifying process gaps in performance and develop plans to improve those gaps. And then finally, S12, which is identify who our internal and external stakeholders are and their current positions within our organization. And in terms of our behaviors, which is how we act within our role as quality apprentices, we are going to be looking at promoting actively best practice and continuous improvement. For B1, we are going to be looking at acting with integrity for B3, and we're going to be looking at how we put our customers at the heart of everything that we do for behavior 4. Do you have any questions? No? Lovely. You will get to know the KSBs more through your reviews and through they will be referenced consistently during the call. So don't worry. I know it's our first call together, but it is they will become a theme as we go through the different lectures. Okay. So your endpoint assessment, you have the longest endpoint assessment currently on the government books of 22 weeks. Yeah, during those 22 weeks, you will have to prepare for a professional discussion. That will be 1 hour long, and that is going to be professional questions around the evidence that you produce in your portfolio. So what they want to know within that professional discussion is that you can link what you've done in your portfolio and apply it to practice within your organization. Okay? So your portfolio is very important to the outcome of your professional discussion, because with the grading criteria for the course, you have what's called a pass criteria and a distinction criteria. When you look at your assignment specifications, yes, Sam?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So who are we doing this professional discussion with? Is it with yourselves or?
No, it will be with an external exam board.
Oh, right, okay.
But don't worry, we've worked with them for the entire time that we've been open. We know the assessors. They're really good guys. They really do want you to pass. So don't be. I know everyone's going to be a bit nervous about it, but it's going to be a theme again running through the different lectures as because I'll link the different topics where to the different elements of your endpoint assessment. So it'll be a constant theme, and you'll get more reassurance as we go through. Plus, I will help you at every stage up until you have to actually go into the assessment. Unfortunately, I can't sit in the assessment with you. I would very much like to be able to do that, but I'm not allowed. But I will, in terms of reports and everything, I will help you every step of the way.
Do you know how many people will be there?
There'll just be you and the assessor.
Just one assessor?
Just one assessor, yeah.
Right, okay.
One will either be called Howard, or the other one will either be called Alan. They're both really good guys. They know quality inside out, and they're absolutely lovely, and they will make you feel very comfortable.
And how is it done? Is it through Teams or face to face?
They can either come to your workplace or they can do it through Teams. It is completely up to you.
Okay.
You've got a long time to think about it. But don't worry about it yet. You have the option to do the professional discussion and the presentation for your report on Teams or in person, and you've got a long time to decide what that looks like for you and whether you want to what option you would like to pick. So you do
sorry.
so
you're saying it's either a discussion or a presentation?
No, you've got a presentation and a discussion.
Oh, right, okay.
I'll just so the presentation is on the improvement project that you've got to run. Okay, so they're separate entities. Your professional discussion is one thing, and it's based on your portfolio. Okay, the second element of your assessment is your improvement project that you have to run for your endpoint assessment. You get 18 weeks to do that. You need to write a 4,000-word report, and you will need to produce a 30-minute presentation for the assessor on that report. You will hand that report in 2 weeks before your assessment, so they will know your project inside out, so that they are then prepared for you to do your assessment. Okay. You do get an extra, just to say, you do get an extra 5 minutes at the end if there's any questions that they think you're a little bit weaker on. They will prompt you to answer those questions. So any questions on that? But like I said, I will make it a running theme going through the course so that you understand it. At present, I've had 95 people go through EPA, just to reassure you, and they've all gone through. So don't worry, I've got your back. I will help you every step of the way with your endpoint assessment. I'll work with you and your managers to decide what's best for all of you individually. Okay. So in terms of our key contacts, you have myself. And if anybody tells me on the call that men can't multitask, you only have to look at that list. So I am the designated safeguarding officer for Clear Quality. So if you have any reporting concerns with regards to safeguarding, you feel like you might need some extra support, please contact me via email and I will put that support in place for you. I am also the quality manager for the company, and I deal with all appeals with regards to assignment resubmissions as well. And then I'm also a mental health first aider for the company to provide you guys with additional support throughout your time on the program should you need it. We have Amy, who is our lovely compliance manager. Some of you might have had some dealings with Amy. You certainly will during the course. She's absolutely lovely, and she'll help you wherever she can. You've got Sarah Jens Mantle, who is my deputy in the safeguarding department. You have Zoe Beattie, who is our curriculum manager. She is responsible for what you see in front of you in terms of the presentation. We have Jo Morgan, who does our functional skills, and she leads on that. So for any of you that might have opted to do functional skills, you'll be doing those with Jo. You've got Amber Massey, who is our business and development manager, who deals with complaints. Lindsay Kay, our funding lead, and then our illustrious leader, Beth Rhodes, who is our training director. So let's make a start. So, Joanna, what does quality mean to you?
I guess how well you do something.
Yeah. No, that's good. It is. It's about doing something to the best of your ability, and you know, it's about, like it says on the screen, it's about being right first time. So it's making sure that you've done everything you can to make sure that whatever you're delivering, whatever service you're delivering to your customers, whether you're in a healthcare environment, whether you're in a customer service environment, whether you're in a manufacturing environment, that what you're doing is fit for its purpose. So it does what it says on the tin. So you'll hear me talk about plan, do, check, act throughout the call. It's about doing what you say and saying what you do, making sure that things, you know, that you try and get things right first time. Once again, we'll talk about right first time KPIs later in the course, but all of you will have a quality KPI about your service meeting regulatory requirements, and that's what the last one on the slide says, which is conforming to your regulatory and your legislative requirements. And I got legislative out at 9:20 in the morning, so that's a good thing. I couldn't get legislative out of my mouth last week. I don't know why. I'm like legislation. Just wouldn't come out. So I'm going to put you all into groups, and I want somebody to feed back from each group, and I want to know, what does quality management mean, and what is a quality management system? So there we go. Lovely. So has everybody written down the slide or screenshot it? Just give me a thumbs up when you've managed to do that. Lovely. So yeah, if you could pick someone to feedback from each of the breakout rooms, that would be great. So everybody ready to go? Lovely jubbly. I will see you all. Well, I'll pop in and see how you're getting on. But I'm going to give you, is 10 minutes enough for everybody to do this? or would you prefer 15? Any votes?
I think 10's fine.
10's fine. Lovely jubbly. Right then, I will see you at 9:30. So I guess we're working as a 3 then. As breakout rooms are not not working for the 3 of us today. So then, for you two, what does quality management mean, Natalie? Is she there? Oh. Natalie. Oh, okay. Okay. So what does quality mean for you, Natalie? So Dan, in terms of those questions, what did you get for question 1?
I was saying 20 hours.
Cool. Do. So have you written anything down for question 2? Oh.
Hello?
Yeah, oh yeah. I couldn't hear you. I was like thinking, oh. Could you repeat that for me? Because I didn't catch any of that.
Hey. Or
Oh, you've spun round.
20 hours.
I can hear you now, yeah. I couldn't
Okay, all
before.
right, okay. I didn't
couldn't-
realise. I wrote down how fit for purpose something is, and if it follows suitable quality guidelines that are in place.
Okay. So I didn't catch question 1. So what does quality management mean?
Or like how well something's like sort of taken through like sort of production in a quality sense.
Lovely, yeah. No, absolutely. Good answers. Natalie, do you want to put yours in the chat? I'll give you a couple of minutes. I'm just gonna pop into the group, okay? Just to see how everybody's getting on. I'll try not to be too long. So I shall see you momentarily. Uh, I have returned. Right then, so from Matthew, Sam, Lucas, and Harrison, who's feeding back from your group?
I'm gonna.
Lovely.
Well, you want to start right?
Yeah.
For quality management, we had
Yeah.
it down as practices and processes that ensure the quality of products and services, which is like done by like making consistently good products, which will improve the efficiency and like the reputation of like the company.
Excellent. Yeah. Really good.
And then for a quality management system, we've got it as a process or procedure to achieve an objective and achieve set standards. And you could use certain tools such as like flow charts and that to like track your what's the word? Your progress.
Excellent. Yeah. Cracking. Nice, really nice start. So from Megan's, Kate's, George, and Sandra's group, I think George is feeding back.
Yeah. So we put for quality management, I wrote down that it was key for making sure that your company is completing their tasks and working with their clients or customers, making sure that their work is fit for purpose for them, and that your colleagues and you are making sure you're doing the best of your ability. And for a quality management system, I made sure to write down that you're basically working together with your colleagues. It's very dependent on how many colleagues you have. If you have a small business, medium-sized, it will be very different on if you had a group of only a few people or a few hundred in a company.
Yeah.
I put it defines a quality management system defines how work is done.
Yeah.
To meet the quality standards, and ensuring that all colleagues are working together to make sure that there's a lot of consistency in all your activities.
Okay, nice one. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That was cracking. No, that was cracking. Thank you.
Cheers.
So, Tyrone, Joanna, and Rebecca. I think Rebecca's feeding back.
I am. So we've put down getting it right. So for the quality management means getting it right first time, consistency, consistently hitting the correct standards, and standards that are sort of specific for a system or a workplace rather. So it's like specific to where you're sort of working. And then we put quality management system, keeping records, evidence of maintaining and monitoring quality, internal and external auditing, as well as using sort of key skills within the business to maintain quality and create systems that sort of work within the business.
Well, I have to say, that is the best set of answers I think I've had on that from a new group. In that was when I can remember, those were excellent answers. Excellent answers. So ISO, they define quality management. It's around customer satisfaction, it's around profitability, it's around cost efficiency, it's about planning, and it's about meeting a prescribed set of standards to meet your overall regulatory requirements. So for healthcare, it's CQC. For manufacturing and engineering, it will be the HSE, which is your health and safety executive. If you're looking at things like transport, and customer service, you've got things like the standards that are set out by the DVLA. You've got standards that are set out by the Public Transport Committee. So you've got all sorts of different regulations but that's what quality management means. It's having a set of systems in place to meet that prescribed regulatory standard. Okay, so it doesn't matter what where in what industry you work, you will have, like, for example, healthcare has the Care Quality Commission, education has Ofsted, any health and safety work has the Health and Safety Executive. Everybody's got, even quality practitioners have, because we've got the Chartered Institute for Quality who defines our practice as well. Oh, and just so you all know, during the course, you all have student members to free membership to the Chartered Institute of Quality. So you for the 12 months you're on the course, please, if you've not had your emails, let me know and I'll get them sent out. Okay, but it is worth going on their website and looking at what they do, because they've got a lot of input that they can bring into your practice. Okay, which include working with your 8 quality principles. So you have got customer focus, does what it says on the tin. Keep your focus at your customer focus at the center of everything that you do all of the time. Are you meeting your customer needs? Are you working with your customers as stakeholders? Do they have input? Do you do surveys? Do you get customer feedback? Are you working in partnership with your customers rather than it be a transactional relationship? Now, I know obviously essentially they are, customers, and there is going to be some form of transaction, but there's a difference between having a meaningful customer relationship when they come back and consistently use your service because they see the quality that's the product that comes out of it, and having a transactional relationship where they use you 1 or 2 times, they buy your products, then they don't come back. That's what you call a transactional relationship. Okay, so then you've got your leadership. So if you talk about leadership in quality, quality needs to come from the top down. Okay, you can't have a quality manager or a quality professional in a company that has not got the support of their directors, of their executives, of their external stakeholders, like the people who they're investors in the company. It's got to come from the top down. If you don't have quality filtering down throughout your organization, down to the guys on the shop floor, you don't stand a chance of making it meaningful within your organization. It's got to flow from the top. Okay, and you've got to have that level of support. And this even comes down to your relationships with your managers when we do your reviews. You need to have that sense of they're working with you to give you the best experience you can and give you the best tools you can to achieve what we're asking you to achieve in terms of your assessments and your off-the-job training requirements. Then you've got principle 3, which is your involvement of people. And essentially, that again is what it says on the tin. It's getting everybody involved. So everybody on the shop floor is involved in the decision making. So have morning meetings, have meetings with your directors, have everybody in the same room together. It's up to you how you do it, but especially if you're instigating change, which we will talk about in a different module. But if you're instigating change and you're wanting the company to progress and develop, you need everybody on board. You're not going to be able to do effective change management without your people being involved. And that's everybody within the organization. So that's everybody from your investors, your directors, your ops managers, down to the guys doing the manual work and making the products that you send out to customers. Okay, or when it comes to, if you're in customer service, it's about not having that relationship where it's not just a set of questions, but then you put the phone down. It's about building a rapport with your customers and them wanting to contact you rather than seeing your number flash up on their mobile and go, oh, I'm not answering that. It's that type of thing. So then you've got your process approach, which is very much something that we're going to be doing a lot of during the course. And that's about following a step-by-step process, and it gives you a walkthrough from start to finish of what you're trying to achieve. The process is the benchmark that you set to achieve the regulatory standard that you're trying to achieve. They're essentially the foundations of your organization. If you've got solid processes and you've got solid operating procedures, those are what are going to underpin you and make your organization safe. What quality does is it safeguards and it increases the safety because of the level of foundational support that it gives your organization. If your processes and procedures don't say the same thing and they're a bit wobbly and they haven't been reviewed, then you're on slightly wonkier ground than you are if you've got those processes in place and people follow them. It's all right having them in place, but again, it's all the principles interact, you see, because if you've got leadership that's saying, right, we've implemented this new process, we need everybody involved in getting this rolled out. Everybody takes that process approach of, right, okay, we're focused on this process. Let's get this out because it's going to increase the lead time on our products. It's going to get our services and products to our customers quicker. So therefore, it's going to increase your positive reputation in the market in which you guys sit. So principle 4 is massive. Okay. So you've then got principle 5, which is taking a systemic approach to quality. And that is very much, again, it's about processes and systems. A system is your policy, your process, and your procedure. Okay. You've got those working in tandem. We've fully reviewed every 6 months minimum, 4 months preferably. You've got them in date, in line with your legislative and regulatory requirements. You're off to a really sound foundation. Then you can start on principle 6, which is your process of continuous improvement. So everybody will know the term human error. In every service, in every place of work, you're going to get human error. That means that your service has got a bit of a clunk in it. Okay. Continuous improvement is about ironing out those clunks. Okay. And they're called non-conformances. They can be called, in terms of regulation, they can be termed as either major or minor non-conformances. So major ones are the ones that will kind of might get you shut down, but your minor ones are ones that will enable you to have like a 6-month period to be able to put them right. But they don't usually give you more than 6 months, depending on what the non-conformance is. You've then got principle 7, and this is something I really, really want you to remember because it's going to be key to the course. Principle 7 is about dealing in fact, not opinion. Okay. In quality, we deal with what's in front of us, not what somebody thinks is in front of us. Okay. We deal with things that are there and the evidence that we've got. We deal in evidence. Okay. And we also have to make sure that that evidence is robust and it doesn't contain an element called bias, which is, say, for example, you've had a health and safety incident and you're collecting statements. You need to be able to look at the statement and distinguish between what is the person's opinion of what happened and what are the facts of what happened. Okay. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anybody got any questions on any of the principles I've discussed so far? We all good? Yeah, absolutely. You'll get, all of you will have a YouTube channel dedicated to your cohort, and you'll be able to watch any of your recordings of any of your lectures whenever you want. That will be put together after this call. Your launch call and your and this call will be on that YouTube channel. So Principle 8 is about suppliers. So if you've got a really good relationship with your suppliers, that is going to make your life so much easier. Okay, if you need suppliers for stationery, if you need suppliers for parts, if you need suppliers for telecommunication equipment, whatever you need your suppliers for, they need to work in partnership with you, not, you know, as in a transactional way. Okay, and also making sure that you've got what's called supplier contingency. So when I'm talking about mutually beneficial supplier relationships, I'm talking about having a relationship that benefits both parties. Okay, you want regular suppliers that are going to give you the quality parts or the quality service that you need regularly, so you can provide a stable product to your customers. If you've got a stable, mutually beneficial group of suppliers that give you what you need time and time and time again, because they like working with you, they like your processes, they like your procedures, they like your monitoring processes, that's brilliant. If you get a supplier that, you know, comes, they see you've not got, you know, any processes in place, or they see that you haven't got any procedures in place, or they don't like what they see, they're going to deal with you a couple of times and then they're going to go elsewhere. You don't want that. You want to have if you've got a stable group of suppliers, that means you can stabilize the quality of your products because you know what you're going to get. And that's the key with Principle 8, is knowing what you're going to get from your suppliers. And they do that when they know what they're going to get from you. Okay, so supplier relationships, that it's something we'll do a module on in module 3, but we look at supply chain and we look at how we work to increase and sustain those supplier relationships. But everything we do is based around ISO, okay, in terms of the quality management systems and the principles and the clauses around ISO, which I'll come on to in a minute. They all work in cohesion with each other, okay? They all work in partnership, if you like. And what you need to understand about the quality principles is they all work in partnership together. They all link together. And if you can get in your organization, if you can get those principles working like a well-oiled machine, then you're on to a winner. Okay? And you can do that by having an efficient and quality-based quality management system in your midst. It doesn't have to be ISO, but ISO is the international standard of operations. So it is the international standard to have. So in terms of the standard relating to the principles, essentially, again, they work in partnership. So the standard looks at different types of processes you need, risk assessments you need. It'll look at the training that your staff need. It'll look at how you structure your monitoring. So how do you review your processes? Have you got a system for monitoring your procedures? Have you got your risk matrix for managing your risk? Have you got a register for managing your non-conformances? And what they'll look at is when your company sets out its strategy for the year, they will want to see that it feeds back and feeds into your quality management system. Okay, and it works in a cycle. So the way it will work, the way it usually works, is you will have your meetings, you will look at your company risks, you will see what is going to have the most impact within your organization. You would then RAG rate that. You would add that to what's called your risk register, or your risk matrix, so that you can see what risks there are to the business and what you need to prioritize and what you need to do what's called mitigate or put elements in place to reduce the risk to the company. That then you would then take that, put that onto your non-conformance register, and set yourself what's called a key performance indicator of when you're going to achieve and sign off that non-conformance. That will then feed back into the strategy meeting for the following year. So as you can see, it works in a very circular way. And it is. I mean, for me, I've worked with ISO now for a long time, and it to be fair, it provides you with a really, really robust framework for your business. So what clause 1 does is it looks at the standard and purpose of your business. It focuses on how you demonstrate consistency and enhance your customer satisfaction. So you would do that in the form of probably a 500 to 1,000 word scope statement for your company. Okay. You've then got clause 2, which is what's called your normative reference clause, which is essentially refers to any terminology that you're going to, or consistent terminology that you're going to be using throughout your quality management system. So things like an ERR would be the abbreviation for an enterprise risk register. Okay, so it just gives you key definitions of what you're going to have and what people are looking at when they come to audit you. Okay, you've then got clause 3, which is your terms and definitions, and that looks at the vocabulary that you're going to use from the standard within your quality management system. Okay, so those 3 are set apart from the other clauses. Okay, because those are literally setting out who you are and what language you're going to use within your quality management system. Okay, where we actually start the business end is when we get to clause 4. Okay, so this is what we call the context of your organization. Okay, so this essentially first looks at internal and external risks. So within that, you will have what's called a steeple or a pestle analysis, and that's something that we're going to be doing as part of one of your assignments for this module. It will look at elements such as political, economical, environmental, social. Look at all the external factors that might impact your business. It will look at your stakeholders, so it'll look at defining who your customers are, who your investors are, who your owners are, and even down to, the guys doing the day-to-day production or the day-to-day tasks on the floor. They are also classified as stakeholders, because without them, your company can't operate. Okay. And then it looks at what elements you need within your quality management system, because not all of you need every single element. Okay, and as we go through the course, we'll discuss the different elements and what you may or may not need within your quality management systems. So then we move on to clause 5, which is very simple, very simply leadership. And that mandates that the top level of management drip quality down throughout the organization, making sure there's a flow, like a waterfall, a flow of quality throughout the organization. It's got to come from them for it to be effective. Okay, and they've got to take overall accountability for the quality management system, because if they don't, because one of the first things an auditor will do when they come in is they'll go out onto the shop floor, they'll talk to some staff, and they'll ask them, what do you think the risks are to your business? Okay, they'll then come in and get on a Teams call or get in a meeting with the director or an investor, whoever is at the top of your organizational chart. they'll sit them down, get them to pull up the risk register, and if there's anything that those people, your staff on the floor have told them that's not on that risk register, that's an auto non-conformance. Your managers have got to know what's in that quality management system at all times. They've got to have overall oversight. They don't have to manage it day to day, but they've got to know what's on it and they've got to know how it's working to pass any type of audit. So then you've got your clause 6, which is your planning clause. And this looks at your internal risks and opportunities. So this is where what's called your enterprise risk register will sit. And that'll look at RAG rating the different risks within your organization. Like I said before, you will have external and internal risks, all of which will be documented on your risk register. And what that does then, that sets out your quality objectives for the year and how you are going to plan your change within the organization to put any risk mitigations right in terms of non-conformances. Does everything make sense so far? Are we all good? Anybody got any questions so far? I'm going to take silence is golden. I've got no hands up. Okay, cool. Right then. So they'll then move on to clause 7, which is your support clause. So this covers essentially staff competency. It covers communication and how quality is communicated throughout the organization. It looks at how you document your information, what you store where within the QMS, and it also looks at what resources you've got within the business, i.e. physical resources like stationery, computers, mobile phones, to staffing resources like how many staff you need on a day-to-day basis and have you got a safe operating ratio. Okay, it is one. Clause 7 is something that does catch businesses out because if the auditor comes in and you say you've got to have 7 staff on the floor to keep your business safe and you've got 6, you're not operating within your safer staffing ratio. So you would get a minor non-conformance for that in terms of being short-staffed. So that's just something to think about. We've then got our clause 8, which is the operational clause, and this covers processes and with regard to your customers. So it covers specifically the control of your operational processes and meeting your customer requirements. Okay, it looks at how you document what you do with your feedback. Do you collect feedback? If not, they're going to say, why not? And also they've got to make sure it's about also ensuring that you are following regulatory process in regards to your interactions with your customers. Okay, because for example, if you get an employee through the door, they might have come from another business and there might be a clause to say when they come to you that they can't pinch any customers from another business. So it's just things like that, making sure that everything customer requirements wise and staff interacting with customers meets the legal and legislatory requirements. Then you've got clause 9, which is your performance evaluation. So this is where your data is stored within your QMS. And it looks at your audits. So what audits do you do? What areas do you audit? How do you audit? It also looks at your annual management review. As to meet ISO and any ISO standard, you've got to have an annual management review, and it's got to have somebody from all departments present at that review. Okay, because their argument is if you haven't got somebody present from every department, how can you get a true representation of what's going on in your organization. If you haven't got everybody feeding in, then there's an element that you're not capturing when you're looking at your quality management system. Make sense? Okay, I'm going with silence is golden again, but if there is anything, please do ask. So clause 10 is your improvement clause, and that focuses on your non-conformances, how you take corrective action. So it would look at the maintenance of what's called your NCR register or your non-conformance register, where that sits within your quality management system, and how you address and manage and sign off non-conformances throughout any financial year. Okay, so in terms of the clauses, that's them done. Is there anything that's mulling anybody? Has anybody got any questions? Just because we're going to be using these a lot when we do further modules. So if you want to screenshot the slide, have a think about it. If you do have any questions with regards to the clauses, please do come back and talk to me. Okay, I'll just give you a minute or so to screenshot the slide. We all good? Lovely jubbly. So now we are going to move on to our processes. So in terms of processes, what they do is they set performance standards for your business. Okay, you've got a process flow that you need to follow. There's 5 steps to it, and the first one is setting your performance standards for your business. Okay, then it is, how are you going to measure that performance? How are you going to track that process? And that looks at what you're measuring within your organization. So are you measuring how much mileage a driver's done? Are you measuring how many hours a driver's done? Are you measuring how many parts you get in that are defective? Are you measuring scrap? Are you measuring your on-time delivery in full? It's about what you're measuring and how you're measuring it. So the second step in the process, in putting a process together, is how is it going to measure performance? Okay. In terms of the third step, that is, how does it meet standards? Okay. So it's looking at what metric you get out from your get out of your process. Okay, what does your process tell you? Okay, and what's the overall goal of the process? Okay, the fourth step in the process cycle is analyzing any deviations that can occur. So looking at, so when we get to module 8, for example, we will be looking at how processes can get out of control. So the fourth step is really key in analyzing where the process could get out of control and rectifying it. Okay. And then your fifth step in developing a process is taking your corrective action or the overall result of the process or the end point of the process, and does it meet the legal or mandatory requirement that your business sets out in terms of the framework that you follow. Okay, any questions on that? No? I'm gonna start picking on people. Is literally just give me a thumbs up? Is everybody okay? So I just feel like I'm talking to you a lot. Is everybody good? Okay, that's fine. As long as everybody's good, I'm happy. Okay, so now we are going to move on to what's called process mapping. So in terms of process mapping, we have first thing you've got to do is select your process. Okay, so then you've got to look at what sort of diagram you want to use. So in terms of the most common one would be a turtle diagram. You've then got to look at how you want to create your process, what you need in your process, how your process is going to work, what you need it to do. Okay, and then and only then, in terms of your diagram, you need to put on your third stage is what do you want it to get to? What's the what it's called the future state. So it's what you want your to get, where you want your process to go. Okay, what's that step that's gonna, it's that step before your process concludes. Okay, and then the second the fourth step in terms of mapping your process is the implementation stage. So what's it going to look like when it's implemented? Okay, then once you've followed those first four steps, you then look at the benefits of the process to the business. You look at how you are going to apply it in practice, because I tell you now, you're going to have some people, who have worked for you a long time, who are a little bit iffy when it comes to things changing. But people, essentially, long-term members of staff don't like change, and often don't welcome change. So you've got to think about how you're going to manage that in terms of risk to the business. And then you've got to use what's called the application phase, which is an analysis of how you're going to apply it to different areas of your business. So if you're in customer service, it might be that the process is about how you engage with your customers, and it might be that you want to change the end result to a customer engagement question rather than a call ending question. So it leaves a question in the customer's mind, who's always I might use them again, or I might phone them back to see what else they do. You can look at, is it going to be a process that gets your product out of the door in engineering and manufacturing? Is it your quality? Is it your quality checks process? Is it your on-time delivery in full process? Is it simply your ordering process of how you get from your order being given a I know what I want to say, order number, and then getting it out the door. So you start to finish process. So it doesn't matter what process you look at, it's about how it's going to apply within the organization and how you're going to get it embedded. Okay, and that's what a process map does. It gives you a map on an A4 sheet of paper of how you are going to firstly select it, and then get it to a point of analysis where you understand everything that's going on within that process, that you know it inside out. So you know what's going to be, you know what its positives are, you know what potentially the risks are, you know who it's going to affect the most, who's likely to be change averse, what is the likely end result of the process being in place. You can map all of that as part of a process map, and you can see with the diagram on your screen that that's what that does. It literally takes every element of your process, maps it out, and then the end result is that your process is put into place. Okay, so is everybody, there you go, and flip the button, apologies. So that's what a process map looks like. Okay, it literally maps out every stage of your process. Okay, so Procedures. Rebecca, do you have procedures in place?
I mean, interestingly enough, just in the last couple of weeks, we are actually restarting the process of process mapping within our business.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah. So we've just been recently taken over by a larger company. So a lot of the things have changed. We have a lot of new staff as well. And a lot of older staff who do things very sort of differently to probably how they should be done and done more efficiently. So we are actually in the process of rewriting most of our policies and procedures of how we work.
Is that going on? How's that going?
I mean, we just got the initial sort of meeting last week to discuss it. But sort of in the coming weeks, we'll be sort of looking at everyone's jobs and sort of how to streamline it. Should you be doing that and creating new process maps?
So do you feel a bit more comfortable doing process maps now?
Yeah, it was funny when because I print off the presentations from Bud before I come in, just so I can put notes on them.
Yeah.
When I seen it, I thought it was quite sort of funny that we're just starting to do that, and we're going to be talking about that today. So
yeah, no, oh, that's good, and that's nice that directly applies to what you're doing at the moment. That's excellent. Let me know how that goes.
Yeah, we'll do.
Lovely jubbly. So, Kate, do you have procedures where you work?
We do, yeah. It's just to like set the process in place.
Yeah. Do they mirror each other? Do your procedures and processes say the same thing?
Not the same thing, but it's similar, yeah, they're linked.
Right, that's what I mean, is does one back up the other?
Yeah.
Lovely jubbly, excellent. Lucas, do you have procedures where you are?
Yeah. Like,
No.
No, I was just gonna say it's like what enables the process.
Yeah. So are you comfortable that your procedures mirror your processes?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. No, it literally procedures and processes is about mirroring. They've got to back up one another. They've essentially got to you've got to be able to link them all the way through. So your policies have got to link to your procedures have got to link to your processes. Okay, that's how the standard operational element of the quality management system works. Okay, you've got to everything's got to be supported at regulatory and legislatory level. Okay, everything's got to support each other. All your documentation has got to be consistent. Okay, and also consistently reviewed. Okay, it's got to be iron tight because they're the foundations of what of your quality management system. If you don't have them saying, mirroring each other and ultimately following the same golden thread, if you like, you might have some rickety foundations going on. So with your procedures, you have to look at the law. What does the law say you've got to do in that particular situation? What is what's consistent to your organization? What is the basis of them both being reviewed and audited? How are you going to monitor the quality of both the procedure and the process? Are you going to follow the same audit trail? Are you going to use a different internal audit? What are you going to do to make sure that the mirroring process takes place? Because for processes to work, they've got to be supported by the procedure, and the procedure's got to be supported by a policy. And if one's reviewed and one isn't, and one's audited and one isn't, then you leave yourself open to a minor non-conformance being raised in terms of any ISO audit or any regulatory audit you may have. And also, if it's a health and safety issue, it might give you a major non-conformance depending on what it is. Okay, so I'll give you an example. So I had a concrete development company. They made concrete. So we had a guy who was trained in operating the cranes that lift the slab of concrete. Got on the crane, suspended the concrete in midair, decided he needed the toilet. He hadn't clicked the button on the crane that had set to hold the concrete. Concrete came crashing down to the floor, destabilized the foundations in the factory, but also destabilized the foundations in the factory next door. They got the health and safety executive took the manager to court, not the person that did it, because the manager hadn't made sure they had the correct policies, procedures, and processes in relation to crane operations in place. They hadn't been reviewed. There was nothing to say. That the guy just said, I didn't know what the procedure was. Didn't know what the process was. I needed the loo. Yes, Joanna?
How do you ensure that, so like if you're setting a procedure and you're saying you need to follow this,
Yeah.
and then your guys aren't then following something you've set out,
Yeah.
That's we've had this problem before and it was quite hard to handle.
So your evidence for that would be you'd do your audits. Your audits would show that they're not following the process, because your audits are not going to pass if the processes aren't being followed. So what you do is you make sure that your audits give you the data that you need, and you design your audits to give you the data that you need to then be able to performance manage that person.
Okay, so you audit them doing their job.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So you could put as an employer, you can observe any member of staff at any point. If you think that there's a they're not operating in within your policies, procedures, and processes. Okay. If something is reported to you and it's a case of he said, she said, you just go and do an audit. You go and order the assembly line. You audit the customer service representatives. You'll see whether processes are being followed or not. And then when you've got that evidence, I mean, obviously, if it's a situation where it's gross misconduct, then you would have to suspend them. But if it's a case of they're just not doing what it says on the process, you do your audit, you then get the results of your audit. Your audits will clearly show where the issue's happening. You can then use the results of that audit as your supporting evidence to be able to performance manage that person.
What if you go and audit them, and whilst they're being observed, they're doing everything they should be doing, but then as soon as you step away, they're then just going back to their kind of like old ways of doing things?
But can you do an audit without them seeing that you're doing an audit?
Difficult when it's like a warehouse guy or something that you're watching without maybe like CCTV. Like how do you handle that?
In terms of have you got CCTV?
No.
Okay. So if they're consistently doing something wrong, you do have your health and safety legislation. You just, unfortunately, in that sense, you do need someone to report it in that respect. Has somebody reported it?
He ended up getting fired actually because he was just so bad. But we had kind of like an ongoing process of you're not kind of adhering to the standards and the objectives, and it was quite a big fail on his part.
It is a long process. Being able to dismiss someone is a very, very long process, especially now when your probationary periods are not legally enforceable. You can have them and you can put them into your contracts, but they're not legally enforceable now. Everybody has full employment rights from when they hit your front door. And that's the scary thing. It's with managing that level of If you've got somebody consistently going against process and procedure, then you've got evidence. You've got to, it sounds awful, but you've got to collate evidence, because if you don't have evidence, they can, and they do a case of he said, she said, you've got an issue. So yeah, it is unfortunately a long and frustrating process. I do, in my previous role, I did have to also sack someone, and it was a very long, drawn out. It had to have disciplinary hearings. It had to have all sorts before we were able to sack someone. There isn't a quick and easy way to do it, unfortunately, and frustratingly, especially if they are deliberately not following process. So, in terms of how you create a standard operating procedure, you would look at firstly, get your policy, look at what your policy says, get your legislation or your regulatory requirements, look at what they say. Then what you do is you look at the underlying elements that you need to form the steps that you need to go forward to build the process. Okay, does that make sense? It's that you've got to build the foundations from the regulatory requirements and the legislation upwards. Okay, you've got to look at what are the different elements of your legislation that underpin what you want to do in terms of your process. So, for example, we'll look at that crane incident again. Okay, he didn't have the correct policies and procedures in place to be able to say that person didn't follow them because they weren't reviewed. They were out of date. So, but when he built them and didn't review them, they clearly weren't fit for purpose. Okay, because people would know about them and follow them if they were. He had no evidence that anybody had read those policies and procedures. And that's something that you need to write down. To be compliant with policies and procedures and processes, you need your staff to sign to say that they have read and understood the policy and procedure they have put in front of them. If they say they have read it, that's not enough, because they might not understand it. And they're not legally obliged to say that they understand it. You can write it into your policy monitoring and reviewing tools, or your publication tools, that they need to, when you publish something new. So Rebecca, for example, when you're doing all your new and you're reviewing all of yours, you can send yours out and do a policy of the month or something and say, right, everybody needs to read and sign to say that they have read and understood what that policy says and what that procedure says and the process. Because if they don't, from an organisational point of view, that leaves you legally in a very sticky situation. As that guy has lost his business and he's still in court being sued for the beer business next door. He's going to be destitute by the end of that process. You don't want to be in a situation where your employees don't sign and read and understand your policies, procedure and processes, because it does leave the organisation in a very, very sticky situation when it comes to legal action if something happens. Okay, it's that understood bit. It's what catches every single business. It's that they've understood what they've read. You could do it by supervision. So, for example, if you do one-to-ones with people, you can get them to sign to say that they've read and understood the policy of the month, which is, say, health and safety. You can get them to do that as part of their one-to-ones. If you do one-to-ones, that's okay. But yeah, that understood bit is really, really key in terms of solidifying your foundations, in terms of your quality management and the legal aspects of running a business. That's a core element that businesses really need to get on board with. I know there are a number that do it now, but it's because every course I've run, I've been like, yeah, it's all right that they've read it, but they need to understand it. If they don't understand it, you can't enforce it. So anybody clear on procedures? Right, so we've been going an hour and 40 minutes. Does everybody want a comfort break and a coffee? Yeah? So yes, Harrison? Oh, it's okay, no problem. Oh, right then. So, half an hour good for everybody? Yeah. Right. So I'll see everybody at 5 to 11. Hey everyone, are we all good? We all fully caffeinated?
Definitely.
Nice one. Hey. Do. Let's wait for. Just give George a couple of minutes. So there he is. Right then, so in terms of what we have covered this morning, just to summarize in terms of what in terms of your knowledge, skills and behaviors that we've covered this morning, we have covered K1, which is given an understanding of how your organization's operating environment works. We have looked at K9, which is the concept of process design and how this supports specific organizational objectives. We have also looked at K11, which is how to plan, measure, and manage and monitor your organization's quality objectives. And finally, knowledge-wise, we have looked at K19, which is the principles of the foundation of a quality management system. And for skills, we have covered S8, which is we've looked at requirements for technical documents within your organization, and skills 12, which is identify who your internal and external stakeholders might be. So we are now going to move on to part 2. So when my PowerPoint decides to behave. So we are going to look at Alexander Deming's plan, do, check, act cycle. Okay. Essentially, it's do what you say what you do, audit it, check it, and then act on any non-conformances is what it is. It's a cycle where you keep everything in check. So you plan. So yes, Lucas?
Sorry, is my camera working?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't see myself, sorry.
It's a really good cycle. I work with it an awful lot when I'm doing root cause analysis. The planning element is essentially you need to look at what it is you're going to do and make sure that you can do what you say you're going to do and don't deviate from it, especially if you're implementing process or process change. And then it's the do what you say, so actually act on what you're going to do. So actually start the implementation stage. We've talked about the 5 stages of constructing and implementing a process. That's where you would put that's those 5 stages in your do section. So check is your audit. So make sure you then audit your procedure after, say, I don't know what, if we're talking 3 to 6 months. ISO don't like you to do it annually. They like you to do it, audit at least a minimally of 6 months, because things change and our quality is changing. You've got things like AI being introduced into quality management systems. There's so much evolving in terms of technology at the moment. ISO are even updating their standard to publish it in September. So it's going to be there's going to be some big changes in terms of what that looks like. I will be integrating that in so that you're aware of it come to your endpoint assessment. The clauses aren't changing. It's just what's within the clauses is going to be a bit more meaty and a bit more beefy. So in terms of your act stage, it's very much act on any non-conformances that you've found within your audit process and make sure that you act on them and sign them off, set a KPI against them, and make sure that you've got something that's measurable and that you can say at the end of the day, we've done this in this time period, and we've signed off this non-conformance. So speaking of acting on non-conformances and quality targets, we are going to look at SMART targets. Has somebody on the call heard of SMART targets? Anybody? No? Well, SMART targets are what you set your KPIs with, okay? So it's SMART, you've got to look at, it's got to be specific to what you're looking at, okay? So if you're looking at a new sickness process, for example, you've got to have a specific thing that you're trying to achieve. So if we create a measure that your current sickness levels are 30% and you want to reduce them to 15% in 6 months, okay? That's very, very specific, okay? That is also measurable because you're going to demonstrate how you're going to get from 30% to 15% in 6 months, okay? That's the measurable bit, okay? That's the data that you're going to collect from that KPI, okay? Is it attainable? Can you do that within a 6-month period? So that's where you would look at doing maybe a RCA or a root cause analysis to make sure that what you're doing is attainable. If you've always sat around 30-40% sickness, is it attainable that you're going to get it down to 15%? Okay. You've then got to look that are they relevant? So is it a business need? Now, does your business need to reduce its sickness to increase its operations and its quality of its output? Okay. And also, is it timely? Does it, what time period are you going to set on it? And is it a realistic time period? So a KPI using a SMART target would look like, so you've currently got 30%. You want to get to 15%. You've got to put measurable targets in place in between those two numbers to get where you need to be. So you could look at putting measures in like sick pay. Okay, put that in for a month. Trial paying sick pay for a month. See how that goes down. Okay. If it's a 6-month period, do you do monthly measurements to see if that's taken the sickness rates down? Okay, does that make sense? Is everybody getting the sequence? Yeah. So then you would look at if that didn't work, you would then look at another measure. So you would look at, say, for example, pay rises. So if you give them sick pay and a pay rise, does that then measure it again? Does that decrease your sickness rate? Okay, if it does, you keep going with that. And if they both work together, keep those two incentives in and they can work together. I'm not saying anybody would ever introduce sick pay and a pay rise to reduce sickness, but they're two measures that would naturally reduce sickness within an organization. Okay, so if you take those as your measure and you measure it month by month and you see if your business, if your rates are falling, if they are, that's great. You just keep going until you've hit your KPI. If after 2 months that you've put those in place and they're not working, you then need to introduce another measure to because you've got to get the KPI moving. Okay, auditors hate static KPIs. They're called red KPIs. Okay, they absolutely hate static KPIs. An auditor's view is if a KPI is not doing work for your company, it shouldn't exist. Okay, now in this example that we're using, that is that would be moving in terms of the incentives that have been put in place. Okay, so then, for example, if that wasn't working, you could look at shorter shifts. So do 8 hours instead of 12. So do 7, 3, 3, 3 10s, things like that. Introduce change of shift pattern. Then see if those in tandem work together to then reduce the KPI. It's about looking at and reviewing at each stage. Okay, So have you had a percentage reduce after month 1 by introducing the sick pay? Have you had if that didn't, then how have you introduced something else to try and mitigate it? Then we introduced the pay rise. Then we introduced the change of shift pattern. You've just got to make sure that you're constantly reviewing and introducing measures if your KPI is not moving. Okay. But let's say on this occasion it is moving. So you've you've set 3 mitigations, and those have enabled you to hit your target of 15%. That is a KPI. That is a SMART target. You've got a start, which is 30%. You've put documented mitigations in place over the KPI period. You've monitored it. So you review it every single month to make sure that the KPI is moving in the right direction. In this case, it is moving in the right direction. So you would just keep monitoring it until you hit your KPI after 6 months. However, if you get to the end and you haven't hit it, you would then review it and bring it into the strategic business plan for the following year. Okay? So it works as part of the quality cycle, because sickness would fall really nicely into your cycle of continuous improvement or your quality cycle for your business. So if say sickness has been identified in your strategy meeting at the start of the year, so it then goes onto your risk register. It's RAG rated red because it's 30%. You would then put that onto your non-conformance register and put somebody's name and a measure against it, which would be the KPI we've just discussed. You set a 6-month KPI. It hasn't worked. You then would feed that back into your strategic meeting for the following year, and they would set a new risk rating and a new target. That makes sense? Yeah. You are going to be getting set SMART targets as part of your reviews. So just so you're aware, when your targets come, when Sandra gives you your targets will be based on SMART. Okay. So, any questions? Lovely. So, we are going to look at specifically risk-based thinking. So, in terms of a quality management system, you've got to think of risk in 2 ways. Okay, positive risk, negative risk. Positive risk is where you take a risk and it has maybe some low-level ramifications for your business, but in the end, it makes your business a lot of money. Then you've got your negative risks, which are, for example, you've got 3 drivers that have got 5 points on their driving license, and the next time they could lose their license. You know, that's a risk to any transport business. If you've got a manufacturer that's consistently late with their deliveries, and you're not meeting your on-time delivery and full KPI because of that, that's a risk that's a negative risk to the business. Okay, but a positive risk to the business is that it's usually decided at strategic level, because it's usually the business is going to take a hit initially, but then it's going to see a very steep rise in productivity or profitability or status within the market in which it operates. So it's very much looking at where that sits within your strategic operations and how that is going to impact and who's going to be involved. So when you're taking positive risks, it's about who you involve and how you involve them. Okay, and at what level you involve them, because you've got as in senior management, they've got to take positive risks for business growth. And it's not a case of they're doing it to put the business at risk. They're taking a small hit for large gain is what they're looking at. So that's what positive risk is. Okay, so I am now going to put you back into your groups, and you are going to answer the following. So what does risk-based thinking mean in your industry? What different areas of risk do you need to look at in your business? And what tools are you aware of that can be used to assess risk, especially relating to your business environment? Because what I want from the group work is accumulation of everybody's. Okay, because what I want us to think about is what different risk means in different contexts. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah. So can people write down the slide? And then I want somebody different to feed back to the group this time. Okay. So as there is 3 questions, I will give you 20 minutes for this one. So thumbs up that we've got things written down. Lovely. Lovely jubbly. Right then, so I'll put you into your groups. And I will pop in 5 minutes to see how you are getting on. Well, it's the 3 of us again. So Daniel, in terms of risk-based thinking for you, what does it mean for you? So what in terms of your what are you aware of within your environment that would involve risk?
Changing suppliers be classed as one.
Yeah. So think about, give me a snippet of what you do. What do you do?
So basically I start like over checking issues and that with products that either come in
Right.
Like from suppliers or ones that we manufacture.
Right. So the first thing you told me, is that not a risk?
Suppliers.
No, suppliers, yeah, but what you just told me that you check your products as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there risk attached to that if the products are not right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because you won't meet your on-time delivery and full KPI if you've got to send them back to production to get them.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
And then but then also if you're dealing with suppliers, have you got supplier contingency? I.e., if your suppliers are consistently late or consistently sending you defective goods, are they? Do you have a contingency of another supplier?
On some things, I think we do, yeah, but
Right.
others, I'm not 100% sure on some of those.
Right. So that would be something you could look at. So what's called supplier contingency is have you got that across the board? So as far as your risk management goes, for you, do you have access? Do you have a quality management system in terms of QMS?
Yeah, there's like procedures and that for most things.
Right. Cool. So do you have access to your approved suppliers register?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So just moving forward for you, because if that's what your focus is, then that's something I'll need you to reference and have access to in that.
Right.
Just because it's about the context of what you do.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Right. Okay.
So,
Okay.
so,
Yeah.
so I am going to ask you to feed back this time. So in terms of what does risk mean to you, it would be your the risk of having to of not meeting on time delivery and in full because you're having to send products back to production.
Yeah.
And your risk of around your suppliers being unreliable and late. So in terms of what do you need to look at, what would you say in your business you needed to look at?
What do you mean? Like
So you cover those two areas. Is there anything else that you think you should be looking at in terms of risk management? We just mentioned it. Contingency.
Oh, right. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Like looking into how that can be like inputted in.
Yeah. So your main focus is going to be around risks around suppliers. So do you do contract reviews?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've got risks around compliance with contract reviews. You've got risks around contingency. You've got risks around reliability. So all of those, if you're not looking at those now, that's something that you could maybe look at as part of the course moving forward.
Yeah.
Because part of one of the activities that I'm going to get you to do later on as part of your assignment is a what's called a SWOT analysis. And for that type of risk, I need you to be able to identify that type of risk. Okay. So what tools are you aware of? So what do you use to assess risk where you are?
There's audits carried out.
Yeah. Excellent.
Departments.
Excellent.
Like training records as well.
Yeah.
It's like made in house.
Excellent. Yeah. Have you got a training matrix as well?
Yeah.
Yep. So that put that down.
Will the list of suppliers be one as well?
Yeah, your approved suppliers register. Yeah, like that, because that's a way of monitoring their compliance with your company's rules and regulations.
Yeah.
You happy with those?
Yeah.
Lovely. Excellent. Natalie.
The risk, there are different areas of risk. Is that just a contingency one?
So for the different areas of risk, you've got contingency, you've got reliability, supplier reliability, and you've got supplier eligibility as well. Because, for example, if one of your suppliers stops doing the part that you need them to supply you with, they become ineligible as your supplier. So it's just looking at supplier eligibility as well. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I thank you.
No problem at all. Now, can you put where you are, what do we mean by risk-based thinking? Can you put it in the chat for me? Excellent. Yeah. So Daniel, just for you feeding back, Natalie's risks are suppliers, workforce, and transport. So what different areas of risk do you need to look at, Nat? So in terms of areas that Natalie needs to look at, she needs to address her suppliers, approved suppliers list, because it's a risk that she needs to look at. So what tools do you use to assess risk, Nat? Okay, lovely. Well, hopefully that's it's been helpful today then. Right, okay, cool. So she hasn't got any risk tools in place at the moment because they're just starting to build ISO.
Okay.
Lovely, thanks. Natalie, do you prefer Natalie or Nat? Lovely, excellent. And Daniel, do you prefer Dan or Daniel?
Dan's fine.
Dan's fine. Lovely, jubbly. Okay. Then I'm just going to nip into the rooms. I shall be back momentarily.
Smashing.
Right then. So Dan, do you want to go first and feedback from you and Nat? Or you're on mute, bud.
Yeah, I was talking there. For the risk-based thinking, we had having meetings with suppliers.
Yeah.
On like delivery times.
Yeah.
And also about production.
Yeah.
If you manufacture anything on site. And then Nat had transport and the workforce as well. To make sure they've had sufficient training and that in the areas that they work in.
Lovely.
Other areas of risk we had was contingencies in place for suppliers.
Yeah.
If anything goes wrong with them, there's like a backup option sort of thing. And that'll mean that the reliability and the eligibility of suppliers affect that as well.
Yeah.
Then also had transport of supplies to make sure that they're on time deliveries and that.
Yeah.
And then like addressed approved supplier lists.
Yeah. Lovely jubbly.
For the tools we had when audits are being carried out. Looking at training records and training matrices to make sure that everyone's training's up to date.
Yeah.
And the approved supplier list as well to make sure that they follow the right standards that the products are maintained at.
Fabulous. Excellent. Thank you very much. So then, who's going first from Sam, Lucas, and who fed back last time?
Matthew did it last time. I'm doing it now.
Okay, lovely.
So for what do we mean by risk-based thinking? We were talking about taking into account positive and negative risks.
Yeah.
So you can weigh it up. For what different areas of risk do we need to look at in our businesses?
Yeah.
For mine and Matthew's specifically, it was more like to do with suppliers. Because if they're late, then if you don't get supplied with anything, you can't make anything. And for Sam, it was more shipment delays because of where her suppliers are located from. And then for what tools are you aware of that can be used to assess risk? We were talking about the SWOT analysis to weigh up internal strengths and weaknesses alongside external factors.
Lovely jubbly. Thank you very much. Becky, do you want to come out of the call and come back on again? Because I think you might be stuck. So then it's Kate feeding back from this group. I remember that.
Yeah, so for the first one, we've got just like what you said before, taking a risk to benefit the company, taking the small risk for a bigger gain and being prepared to take that initial hit on the company for a bigger outcome.
Yeah.
Also proactive thinking, being like one step ahead. And then we also just went over like we don't want to avoid the issue as a whole. We want to address it so that the business can grow and get stuff out of it. And then the areas we've got like briefly health and safety, financial, but we went over in a bit more detail, communication within like political and geographical sectors, because we had an example in the group preparing for like global risks. Okay. So we had someone in the group using a supplier who's just been affected by the war going on.
Okay.
So they've like proactively thought about it and they ran a list of like the last 6 months or year of orders and any like recurring customers getting stuff from the supplier that's been affected. They've like warned them in advance type thing.
Yeah.
And then also we've got like just HR, like and the reputation of the company.
Yeah.
And then for the last one, we've got just standard risk assessment, preparing for the impacts, having backup plans or backup suppliers in place.
Excellent.
We talked about cost benefit analysis when like deciding if the like the positive outcome is greater than the negative outcome, and just being compliant with all standards and up to date, especially health and safety regulations, using auditing, and keeping up to date with the new government policies.
Fabulous. Wow, thank you very much. Ty, do you want a feedback from your group?
Yeah, sure, no problem. For question 1, risk-based thinking, we've got identify all angles of a potential risk and decide whether it's a risk worth pursuing in the long run.
Okay.
For 2, the different areas of risk, this was very much company or organization specific, but I think we agreed on 3 points that we kind of all have potential risks at. 1 being a security breach, 2 being health and safety, and 3 supply chain and special built products increase due to geopolitical reasons.
Fabulous.
For 3, the tools used, we agreed that internal risk register and how determining the risks using factual data in a graph will determine whether or not to pursue the risk.
Fabulous. Excellent. That was a cracking set of examples, everybody. Really well done on that. So, in terms of inputs and outputs and risks in terms of our businesses, so we have risks. We have sales risks around inquiries through to orders. So, for example, if a purchase order number, I couldn't remember that earlier, I have no idea. But a purchase order number gets put on the wrong order, that's a risk to the business. You've got meeting design requirements and the design specifications. If the design requirements and specifications don't meet the customer's needs, then you're going to get returned goods, and that's going to affect your on-time delivery in full KPI. You've got not meeting national purchase requirements on delivery, so not getting deliveries on time, deliveries late, deliveries products being delivered broken. Because I know I've dealt with businesses before where it's been a problem that when they've put the shipment on the lorry, it's been fine, not damaged, not at all. By the time it gets to the customer, it's all damaged. But then because of the company, the contract with the customer, they have to resupply the goods and cop the cost. So that's quite a big risk. You've got, in terms of the products and production and things and services being produced from different outlets and different means and different ways, you've got different things that can go wrong when getting your finished service or your finished products. So, for example, if something goes wrong in a quality check, and you've got to send it back through, or you've got to scrap it, that then affects for example, your scrapping KPI or your damaged goods KPIs. And then also maintenance risks. Machines break down, lorries break down, telephone lines go down, servers go down. You've got data security risks into data breaches. You've got all sorts. So you've got different areas where equipment can cause risk to your business. You could get power failures, so computers go down. God forbid, your phone battery could go dead. I think that's one of the biggest causes of stress in the country at the moment. I know it stresses me out. But seriously, because everything is stored on our phones now, you've got your emails, you've got your banking, you've got your NHS app and everything. If that goes down or that gets lost, that could have a huge impact on your business, especially if it's a business mobile, it's got business data on it, and that causes a massive data breach and you get fined by the Information Commissioner's Office. And just by the way, you never want to get fined by the Information Commissioner's Office, because they fine you 3 times your annual profit for the final year, up to £75 million. So just see where nobody wants to fine off those guys. So in terms of management controls and managing risks, you have got, oh yes, Lucas.
Sorry, I can't see the presentation.
Do you want to go out and come back in? Because sometimes when you go back come out of the breakout rooms, it can freeze. So I'll wait and not do this slide.
Right.
So do you want to come out, go out and come back in again?
Yeah.
Just for future reference, ladies and gents, if you ever come out of the breakout room and the slide deck is frozen or you can't see it, just nip out and come back in again. Okay, because it does that sometimes. It's a Teams glitch. I don't know why it does it, but it does, unfortunately. But I'll come back. Oh. Are we back? Lovely. Right then, so management controls. So you need to have management controls to manage risk. So these are the 6 main elements that you need within your business for productive risk management. So you need your business code of practice. So that needs to come from your regulator. So whether it's ISO, the DVLA, Ofsted, CQC, whoever that is, you need a code of practice that is in line with your regulator. Okay. You then need your policies, procedures, and processes to align with that code of practice, and make sure that all then meets your statutory and regulatory requirements. Those top 3, you can't operate risk management within a business without having those top 3. Okay. You then need to set objectives and targets. So I've talked about the cycle of continuous improvement. Set your strategy and objectives and targets at your annual management review, which is a mandatory part of ISO, or even if it's just your annual business and strategic management meeting. Set it at the start of the financial year, set your risk objectives, feed them into your risk register, and then feed the highest risk first into your non-conformance register, set KPIs against it, measure those KPIs. If the KPIs achieve, you can sign them off as saying complete. If they don't achieve, you can feed it back into the business strategy meeting for the following year. Okay. Part of monitoring those KPIs will be auditing them. Internal audits can cover a wide range of risk activities, anywhere from purchase orders to production. Okay. You will be doing internal audits as part of the course. So if you don't have access to your auditing tools at the moment, can you start asking for them, please? And then you've got your monitoring and measuring activities, which are things like your measurement systems analysis, which we'll be doing in module 6, and your control charts and control plans, which we will be doing in module 7. Okay, and so you need those for the data to be able to manage those risks. One of the easiest way to do it, I've already talked about it, is your key performance indicators. Okay, KPIs are one of the most efficient ways of managing risk. Everybody good on those? Lovely jubbly. So, yes, Harrison. Harrison, are we going to have problems with your yellow hand? Oh dear. Harrison keeps putting his hand up and not meaning to. So in terms of what policies your organisations needs to support your processes, the first one is a quality policy. Do you all have one? Right, I'm going around the room. So, Dan, have you got a quality policy?
Yeah, I think so, but I don't know how to access it.
Right, it'll be on your it'll be in section clause 4 of your QMS. So ask your quality manager or coordinator to show you it, because you'll need it when it comes to module 4. Okay.
Right, sound.
So George, have you got one?
Believe so. I just I haven't reviewed it yet. I've only been with the company for just over a week. So
Oh no, you don't need to review it for a couple of months, bud, so don't worry about it. We're not doing it tomorrow. It's just about me knowing what people have got, that's all.
Yeah, no, I haven't.
Yeah.
I haven't been made aware of it yet, but yeah.
Lovely. We will we'll be looking at it in module 4, so don't worry. We've got.
That's no problem. I'll ask probably out of interest anyway.
Cool, lovely jubbly.
Thank you.
Harrison, have you got one? Okay, cool. Joanna, have you got one?
Yes, we've got one.
Fabulous. Kate, have you got one?
Yeah, we do.
Lovely jubbly. Now, Matt, you'll be the same as Dan and Harrison. Rebecca, have you got one?
We do have one, but it's quality and HSE policy, like joint together.
Okay. Oh, do you?
Okay.
Okay.
I've just found it there.
Do you want to send it to your colleagues?
I can do, I.
Lovely jubbly. Nat, have you got one? Lovely. Lucas?
Yeah.
Lovely jubbly. Becky, you got one?
We've got one, and it gets reissued on a yearly basis to everyone.
Fabulous. Sam?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Ty?
Yes, and I've just recently updated it.
Oh. And Sandra?
Yes, we have one.
Lovely jubbly. So, your basics for your ISO are fire policy, COSH policy, GDPR policy, health and safety policy. And if you're going for 14,001, an environmental and emissions policy. Okay, those are your basics. As you've got quality management systems on the call, I'm guessing you all have those. I'm going to ask, I'm not going to go around the room asking everybody again, so just give me some thumbs up. Yes, Nat? No worries. Lovely. Thanks, everybody. So excellent. So one of the biggest elements that auditors focus on when you are managing and auditing your quality management systems is your resources. And one of the biggest problems is staffing levels. Okay. One of the things companies get constantly caught out on is saying that they need this number of staff to keep their service or business safe, and they then don't have that number of staff in the building because they haven't accounted for example, people leaving, sickness levels, or promotions. So it's a big thing, clause 7.1. It's about knowing what resources you've got versus the business need. Okay, so it sometimes when you get all reorganization within a business, it's because where people are doesn't meet business need. Okay, and the organization, as we'll look at a bit later, well, fairly soon, the organizational structure's got to meet the business need. So if a role needs to move, then that's why a role needs to move. Okay, but it is also making sure that, for example, if your staff need mobile phones, they've got mobile phones. If your staff need computers, they've got computers. If your staff need equipment or PPE, that you've got all of that, and that it's on a regular shipment order so that it never runs out. You need to make sure that, things like stationery, that equipment is maintained and also calibrated, because that comes into ISO clause 8.4, which is you need to make sure that all your equipment, if you've got it, is calibrated. Just so everybody knows, pat testing is a best practice. It's not a legal requirement, but I wouldn't recommend anybody not pat testing electrical equipment if you've got offices with large amounts of electrical equipment in them. So, any questions? No? Lovely jubbly. So, I will surmise by saying you need to have your policies, processes, and procedures in place. They need to mirror each other, and you also need to make sure that they are reviewed on a minimum of a 6-monthly basis. If you don't have all of those in place, then you don't have a strong quality foundation for your organization. And it's imperative, even when you're doing a big policy review and you're doing process mapping, that you make sure that there is still a structure in place to support the organization while you're doing that. Okay, so don't take policies out until you've got a new one to put in. Okay, everybody good? So now we are going to move on to what is going to be your assignments. So the first thing we're going to look at is a SWOT analysis. Anybody seen one of these before? Oh, okay. Ty, where have you done one before? Oh, okay. Fair few then. So this won't come as a surprise for your assignment. So excellent. So essentially, SWOT analysis is a internal risk management tool to look at the management of your business and looking at its strengths, where what is really good about your business, why is it as high up in the market as it is, what services do you provide that strengthen your business. Then you've got your weaknesses. So what comparative weaknesses have you got? Have you got poor staff turnover? Have you got high sickness levels? Have you got poor documentation review? So it's that type of thing that you're looking at, things that are going to weaken your organization's position within the market or when it comes to audit. Then you've got your opportunities. So your opportunities are very much where that's growth. So what opportunities have you got for positive risk taking? What opportunities have you got to strengthen the business's position within the market? What opportunities have you got to strengthen the business in terms of internally, in terms of policies, procedures, processes, risk management tools, things like that. And then you've got your threats. So in terms of what is going to threaten the productivity of your business, what elements are happening within the business that are going to cause your business not to function as a well-oiled machine. Okay. I am now going to show you a video of Tesla doing a SWOT analysis. I assume everybody's heard of Tesla, yeah? And Elon Musk? Lovely jubbly. I will just play the video. Let me know if there's any problems, anyone. So, any questions on SWOT? Anything? Did the video tell anybody anything they didn't already know? Do you feel comfortable completing a SWOT for your assignment? If people don't and they get stuck and they want to contact me individually, please do. Okay, I'm happy to pop half an hour in if people are not sure what they're doing. Okay, if people don't want to say on the call, that's fine. So when we've been looking at SWOT, we have very much been looking at knowledge 15, which, because it's looking at opportunities to grow the business, we're looking at how a company's key drivers for change could influence priorities and objectives. So with the SWOT analysis, you've very much got that the strengths influence the weaknesses influence the strengths, the opportunities influence the threats, and the threats influence the opportunities. So you've got there's a lot of what's called co-dynamic influence within the analysis. But what it does do, because it does focus on opportunities, and it gives you the level of analysis as to what the threats are to being able to achieve those opportunities. That's why it's called co-dynamic, because there's interdependencies within the analysis. So for me, that then gives you a real insight into what your businesses can do and what they can't do. So that's why we achieved K15 on the SWOT analysis. So we are now going to talk about the steeple analysis, otherwise known as the pestle. Anybody seen one of these before? So the pestle analysis will form a part of your clause 4 of your ISO standard. And what it does is it looks at the external risks to your business. So it looks at social risks, it looks at technological risks, environmental risks, looks at economic risks, political risks, legal risks, and ethical risks. And everybody's a different, nobody's steeple analysis will be the same. Okay, because you come from different businesses, you even work in different departments, there's different external risks to different departments. So it is a really, really valuable tool, and it's an essential tool, and you have to evidence it as part of your QMS to achieve clause 4. If you haven't got one, it will be a minor non-conformance, and you'll have to have one in place in a fairly short period of time, because you can't have a fully developed enterprise risk register without knowing what your external risks are. Does that make sense? So I am now going to show you a video on steeple analysis. Again, if there's any problems with the video, please do shout. Yeah, we're not. We are totally not doing that. So with your steeple, it's very much a steeple is actually a company safeguard, because without knowing what your external risks are to your business, you can't expand the business because you don't know how the business is going to be impacted. Two, you can't develop your risk register, like I said before, because you've not got a full risk profile of your business. You've only got an internal profile from your SWOT. You haven't got an external profile from your steeple. So you really need that in place to safeguard your business. You also won't get signed off at audit if you haven't got a steeple, because it's seen as an essential risk tool to support the business, because it's a business safeguard. So I talked about safeguarding earlier in the call. You know, the steeple is a good example of how a risk document can safeguard your business. If you've got a detailed steeple in place, you can understand that the external factors that are going to influence your business growth, how much profit you're going to make, how much productivity you're going to have. I mean, you've got all sorts affecting, you know, you've got the war in the Ukraine affecting steel production. You've got the war in the Middle East affecting imports and lorries going in and out of the country. You've got all sorts going on. So if you don't have it, you're not able to fully safeguard your business. So in terms of that, we've managed to sign off another knowledge KSB. So that is looking at the key considerations to enable change in products or services within your organization. So, you know, that it's good that we're looking at these elements in depth to see how they actually work for our business. And as you can see with the steeple, you know, if you don't have it, you know, it can essentially put your business at risk because you're not aware of the bigger picture. So, organizational chart. So you're all part of organizations, big or small. You'll all be aware of who does what within your organization. So part of your assignment is to produce an organizational chart. If you are part of a small organization, then I would like an organizational chart that explains who does what in what role and in what capacity. If you are a large organization, I just require a summary of the organization and who does what within your department. Okay, does that make sense? I don't just want you to plunk an org chart in. I want to know that you understand it and the dynamics within your organization. Okay? Everybody good with that? Yeah, okay. So I promise you this is the last video. And this is just looking at organizational structures and the different types. And I also would like to know, obviously you need to watch the video closely, what type of organizational structure you think you have. Okay, because there's different types. Right then, so by looking at that, again, we've signed off another KSB, which is K1, which is understanding our organization's operating environment. So it's time for a circle round the room. So I would like everyone just to describe two elements. They're two key takeaways from the lecture today, because it is going to form a part of your OTJ log, which we're going to do following the finishing of the lecture. Okay, so who am I going to? Dan, can you give me two elements you've taken away from today?
What risk-based thinking is.
Lovely.
The steeple analysis.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Ty, what have you taken away from today?
Same as Matt on the first point, risk-based thinking. And also, I've made some notes. Give me a second. And how what I've never really taken into consideration is supplier relationship to make for easier process.
Lovely, jubbly. Thank you very much. Sandra?
I've learned how to describe quality management systems and what ISO clauses are as well.
Lovely. Thank you very much. George?
Yeah, so I found really helpful was about being we discussed about risk, and I liked how I shouldn't be looking at it as risk averse, and to taking risks is a good thing, and it's about being proactive and how to not avoid the issues but address them. And I also found smart tasks. I haven't heard of the way that smart tasks was laid out before, so I found them quite helpful too.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Harrison, do you want to put it in the chat? Different organizational structures. Lovely. Thank you. Very good. The importance of quality management to ensure all legal and ethical values are respected. Excellent. Thank you very much. Oh, who's next? Becky, what have you taken away from today?
So I've got a deeper understanding of sort of what's required for quality systems and ISO 9001.
Lovely.
Sort of more in depth based on what sort of I currently am involved with.
Yeah.
And then sort of the risk-based thinking and the tools used to assess risk, so your SWOT and your steeple analysis.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Joanna?
I've got what a steeple assessment is, because I didn't actually know what that was, and I don't think we've actually got one in place. So we'll be looking at that. And then I've got how procedures support policies.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Kate?
The risk-based thinking.
Lovely.
And the 6 of the management controls.
Lovely. Excellent. Thank you very much. Nat, can you put it in the chat for me? ISO and risk-based thinking. Lovely. Thanks, Nat. Oh, who's next? Matthew.
the 8 quality management principles and the 10 ISO 9001 clauses.
Lovely, excellent. Matthew, do you prefer Matthew or Matt?
Not bothered, whatever you prefer.
Cool, lovely. Lucas?
Well, I was going to say the two that Matt just said.
You can have the same ones, it's fine, don't worry.
Yeah, I'll take them then, because I wasn't aware of how in depth it was.
Yeah.
So going into more depth about that helped.
Lovely, jubbly, thank you. Sam?
The 8 quality management principles and how the policies, process and procedures all need to mirror each other.
Lovely, thank you very much. And Megan?
I've taken away quite a lot, to be fair. Main ones being sort of like your auditing and making sure people are actually following procedures and processes, and how important auditing actually is. And then another one talking about the SWOT and steeple. I've heard of them, but I've never gone into depth with them. So that's obviously quite good to take away.
Lovely, thank you very much, everybody. So today we have had a look at the purpose of the quality management system, the 8 principles of quality management, the clauses of ISO standards, risk-based thinking, and then we have looked at SWOT, steeple, and organizational structures. So now to your assignment. So your assignment for this module is to produce me a steeple analysis for the business, a SWOT analysis for your business or department, and an organizational chart for your business. So I would, yes, Ty?
Yeah, sorry, Ed. For the first 3, I've already completed one for our organization. Can I share the ones that for the assignment, the ones that I've already done?
If you've personally, when did you do them?
The end of last year, beginning of this year for ISO 9001 when we first did it, and when we achieved ISO 14001.
Right. Okay. So what I'll need you to do then is, if you did the work yourself, I will need you to do, because you can only submit something if it's your work and it's within the timeline of the course. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So that would have been last month. So what I'll need you to do is, because you've written it yourself and we're not going to, rework the wheel in that respect, can you do a review of them and then give me a summary of what your reviews entailed? Is that all right?
Yes, absolutely. That's fine.
Lovely. For those of you who are doing it, can you please do it in the form of a booklet for me, please? So what I'm going to say to you is, when you go into Bud to upload your assignment, you will see 3 different uploads. You will see an upload for the steeple, the SWOT, and the organizational chart. I would like you to upload your booklet to the steeple analysis upload. Okay, once I've received that, I will sign off the other 2 and I'll tick them off in your portfolio. Okay, I don't see the point in marking 3 separate charts when you can produce me a very nice electronic booklet with all 3 of the charts and analyses in them. So is everybody okay with that assignment? Is there anybody got any questions? No? Lovely jubbly. Yes, Sam.
So for the number 1, 2, and 3, so we're just doing this SWOT, like the matrix, and then do we need to do like a written?
So
do we need to? Sorry.
No, go on.
So and then like a written in depth of what each of those are for each section, or
So what you can do is, if you do me get a Word document open, do me a SWOT, a PESTLE, and an organizational chart, and then just do me a short summary at the end, so that I know that you understand what you've done. Okay, does that make sense?
Yeah.
So it's like a summary of understanding. So it's just from what we've taken away from today, I need to know things like what type of organizational chart it is, and it just show me that you produce the charts and that you understand what they do for your organization. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes, Harrison. Is your hand up this time? What can I do you for? I give no limits. If you want to wow me, please wow me. I like to be wowed. Does that make sense? Anything on the assignment that you're not sure about? So with the health and safety guided learning, can we have it done by the end of the month? And the deadline for your assignment is the 7th of May. So it literally, please don't email it, upload it the night before the lecture. Please be nice. Because I can't. Yes, Sam.
Will you be able to review it before we submit it?
Of course.
Okay.
If anybody wants to email me their assignment before they submit it, if anybody on the course is looking at the distinction criteria and they want to know whether they've achieved it or not, I will very happily give them feedback if they want to send me a draft to how to elevate it to a distinction, if that's what people want to do. I will work with you to do to achieve what you want to achieve. Okay, if distinction's what you want, I will happily help you with that. If you want to get through the course and comfortably pass the assignments, I will also help with that. Yes, George.
So is this to be done on Word documents and then to be uploaded on Bud, did you say?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I've done personally on Bud. I did the first setup bits.
Yeah.
And that's all I've done. I'm not aware of the portfolio or anything yet. I haven't actually had the one-on-one meeting yet.
No. So that's fine. We've got
for me?
We've got that all sorted for next week. So don't worry
I was just
about
double checking with you then. Perfect.
Yeah.
And that's 1 to 5 of the assignments is to be done by the next lecture in May.
Yes. So
Perfect.
you'll have a one-to-one. You'll have a one-to-one with Sandra, who's going to do your review. You've got the guided and wider learning that's on your portfolio.
Yeah.
And you've got your booklet to do. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all good then. Thank you very much.
Lovely. Right then. So, yes, Sam.
I'm sorry for these questions.
Don't worry. It's fine. I prefer people to ask questions.
Do we need to prepare for the one-to-one we'll have with Sandra?
No. It's your review, Sam. So it'll be your first review with Sandra. You don't need to prepare for it. Just when she talks about your learning and what you've done, just remember your takeaways from today's lecture, because it helps with the flow of the review. So just take your key elements that you've taken away from the learning.
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
No problem. Yes, Dan. You're on mute.
One-to-one.
Yeah.
Shooter, and obviously our name is saying it's the 16th, but I'm away next week on
Right.
the 4th.
Do you want to email
email
Sandra and
Sandra,
just she'll change it for you? She'll email. That's fine. Just she'll give you an alternative date. Yes, Sandra.
So the time that we're gonna spend on assignments 1, 2, 3, can we put it on our spreadsheets for the OTJs?
No, what happens is on your Bud, you get, when you submit an assignment, it'll ask you the number of OTJ hours you've spent on it. You don't put it on your OTJ at the end of the module. You put it on your OTJ for the assignment. There's a log on the assignment that allows you to put how many hours you've spent on it. Okay? Yes, Lucas?
You know that we got sent an email about how we're laying out OTJ now and how we submit it. We write the number in the thing and then do it on the Excel document.
Yeah.
Do we just keep adding it onto the Excel document?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So your completion OTJ log for each module, what you do is you log what you've done for that month. Like this month will be your first month, so you put your first months in, and then the total that you put in the box when you log next month is the total you've done for that month. Okay, so then it'll just add it up. So the system adds it up. Does that make sense? Your spreadsheet will add it up, but the system will also add it up. So you only put in. You can upload your spreadsheet. That's fine, but just put in the hours that you're logging. Put the number of hours that you've done that month.
Okay. All right.
That makes sense. So you're just doing a running tally, essentially, is what you're doing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
No problem. So, does everyone have a login for Bud? George, don't worry, we'll sort yours next week. Okay. Can everybody log into Bud? Because I'd like you to do your off the job training log for this lecture, please.
Sorry, I won't be able to do it now, but I can. I'm going back to work at 2, so I'll be able to do it at 2.
Oh right, okay. Are you working from home this morning?
No, I had to come home for the lecture.
Okay.
Because as power was turning off, so I had to come home, so I didn't miss anything. And then I'm going back to work at 2.
For those that can't do, is there anybody else that can't do it now?
I'm also working from home, so I'll do it tomorrow morning if that's okay when I go back into the office.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yeah, no problem at all.
Yeah, I'll have to do it tomorrow as well.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no problem. Right then, for those of you who are going to do it tomorrow, that's absolutely fine. Can you please not forget? You guys can go and enjoy some lunch. As soon as everybody has finished, you may also go and enjoy your lunch. It has been a lovely, lovely first lecture. I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing what your assignments bring, and I look forward to seeing you all next time. So for those of you who are doing their OTJ, please stay on the call. For those of you who can't, please happily depart, and I will see you next time. And George, I will see you next week.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See
you later.
Bye.
See you later. Yes, Ty?
Sorry, Ed, I'm on Bud at the moment. Where do I actually go to perform?
So if you go into, you should have a drop-down menu that says, 2 seconds. I'll just get yours up. So you should have a menu. Does it say learning? You've got a blue stripe going across the screen with your name, and then it should say learning next to it.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. So if you just go down and just click on your learning progress record. And then if you scroll down, it should show you your portfolio.
Just crashed. Give me 1 second.
Oh, no. Nobody wants that.
Sorry.
If it's crashed on you, Ty, do you want to do it later?
I've just gone back on it now.
Cool.
I just refreshed the page. I'm on the front page where it's continue learning. So do we click on continue learning and then
Yeah. If you click on that.
Yeah, and then scroll down.
Yeah. So it should say module 1 lecture.
Yes.
So if you click on that.
View activity criteria.
Yeah, but if you go, it should say there should be an option to say make a submission.
Yes.
Click on that.
Of the job hours. Yeah, no, got it.
Lovely.
And that's just from when we started the lecture till now.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No problem. Yes, Harrison. Let me have a look. Harrison, if you click on it's learning plan. It's your learning plan, not your training plan. So if you go to your main menu, you should have your name and then it should say learning. If you click on learning, if you click on learner progress record, and and then scroll down your screen, that should give you your list of elements that you can complete, and your lecture 1 should be on there. Yes, Joanna. Sorry.
Hi, yeah, sorry. It was just I need to do mine on the computer, not the laptop. So I'll just go and do it, and then if I have any problems, I'll just email you if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
Okay.
that's no
Thank
problem
you.
at all.
Bye.
Okay, see you later. Bye.
Bye.
Ed.
Yeah.
So, can I share my screen? Is there a way I can do that?
You can indeed.
Right, I'll start from the start because me and Dan are looking at it and we didn't really know. Right. Is it working? Am I sharing?
Not at the moment.
Oh, how we?
I will stop sharing, see if that helps.
And then
Oh, there we go. Oh, something's happening.
Hold on. Share. Yeah. Right.
Right, yeah. So I've got that. So
I'm on this.
Right.
Right. I go down to continue learning.
Continue learning.
Yeah.
So then you should go down to module 1 lecture.
Yeah.
And then go to where it says submissions and messages.
Yeah.
Then you've got make a submission.
Yeah.
And then that should be your OTJ.
That's all I just do is put the 5 in.
Yeah, and then you've got to write down your 2 elements that you've taken away from today.
Right. And is that it? And then for the first one that we're done, because obviously I didn't know you had to do this.
Yeah.
So am I just putting what would I put for the comment for that?
So just put in the comment for your first one, that you learned who your tutor was, you learned what the EPA was, and you learned what subjects are going to be covered.
Right, spot on. Is
that all right?
Aye, spot on, thank you.
Cool, no problem.
Right, I'll stop sharing.
No worries.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Does.
Are you all right, Harrison? Are you still struggling? Yeah.
It's asking to upload a file. What file do I need to upload?
So that should be, you should have a learner attendance declaration at the top of the screen.
Maybe let me share my screen.
No problem.
Can you see?
I can indeed. So let's have a look. So let's see. So go up. Right. Okay. Right. So click on off the job hours. So then add OTJ hours. Go back. Sorry, Megan, go back. That's not what we want. Should have a little there should be a Microsoft document in the corner that's your so activity details, maybe. Let's have a look. Learner, there you are, attendance declaration. There you go.
That one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, and then just attach that to there.
Yeah.
Right, okay, no problem. Thank you.
No problem. Are you all right, Harrison? Oh, lovely. Nice one. Thank you, Harrison. Harrison, if you've got any questions about the assignment, just get in touch, yeah? Lovely. Harrison, will you be able to have a camera on next time? Oh, fabulous. Thank you. Lovely, lovely to meet you this morning. See you later.